Hello, my friend. The world of magic, filled with legends and ancient tales, is opening its gates once again. Tonight, in the Gryffindor dormitory by the crackling fireplace, I will share another story with my friends. Join us, for the magic is about to come alive.
The morning sunlight streamed through the tall, arched windows of the Transfiguration classroom, scattering across desks and glass jars filled with beetle eyes and shimmering scales. The scent of parchment and chalk hung in the air, familiar, comforting, and slightly sharp. Professor Minerva McGonagall stood at the front of the room, her tartan robes neatly pressed, her silver hair drawn into its customary bun. Her spectacles flashed as she regarded her students, all seated and whispering nervously before the lesson began. It was always this way at the start of term, half excitement, half dread. Transfiguration was not for the faint of heart, and every student knew that Professor McGonagall expected precision, discipline, and no small amount of courage. "Wands away until instructed," she said crisply, silencing the room at once. Even Fred and George Weasley, perched in the back row with suspiciously innocent smiles, straightened in their seats. "Today," McGonagall continued, "you will attempt to perform a level 3 transfiguration, turning a hedgehog into a pincushion. Precision will determine success. A poorly performed spell may cause complications." Her sharp gaze swept across the classroom, and the students remembered the stories, whispers of transformations gone halfway wrong. Neville Longbottom, already pale, swallowed hard and clutched his wand as though it might bite him. The class began. Soft murmurs of "Vera Verto" filled the air, wands flicking, sparks flying. Some hedgehogs obediently stiffened and became neat little pincushions. Others wobbled uncertainly between fur and fabric. McGonagall moved gracefully among the desks, correcting wand movements, murmuring encouragements. Then, without warning, the candles flickered. A faint hum rose in the air, a sound not quite magical and not quite natural. The classroom temperature dipped, and even the torches dimmed to pale blue. "McGonagall, put down your wands," she ordered immediately. But before anyone could move, a brilliant pulse of silver light erupted from the far corner of the room, where Hermione Granger sat, wide-eyed, clutching a quill she had just picked up from the floor. The light expanded like a ripple on water, sweeping through the room. In its wake, every hedgehog-turned pincushion shuddered, trembled, and came alive. There were squeaks, hisses, and a flutter of motion. One pincushion sprouted spines again and darted beneath a desk. Another rolled into a ball and began to hum. Within seconds, the classroom was chaos. "Everyone stand back." McGonagall's voice cut through the noise, steady and commanding. Her wand slashed through the air. "Finite incantatem." But the spell fizzled uselessly against the shimmering air that hung over the room. The light wasn't ordinary magic. It pulsed like something alive, unpredictable, wild. Hermione's face was pale as parchment. "Professor, I think it came from this quill," she began, holding it out with trembling fingers. McGonagall snatched it deftly. It was an ordinary-looking writing quill, or so it seemed, but the feather shimmered faintly as though inked with starlight. The professor felt the faint pulse of enchantment running through it, rhythmic and cold. "This," she murmured, "does not belong to Hogwarts." The students, gathered in a trembling cluster, stared as McGonagall studied the object. The hum grew louder, echoing faintly in the bones of the castle itself. The very walls seemed to listen. Then one of the enchanted pincushions leapt onto a desk, transformed midair into a tiny silver creature, something between a mouse and a hedgehog, with bright, unblinking eyes. It looked around the room with startling intelligence. Fred Weasley, fascinated despite the danger, whispered, "Blimey, it's alive." The creature turned its head, not in words exactly, but in a chorus of chittering whispers that seemed to echo inside the mind. The quill writes again. The master remembers. Every drop of color drained from McGonagall's face. The classroom was silent except for the low, pulsing hum. "Everyone out," she said, her voice quiet but firm as steel. "Now." No one argued. The students fled, their footsteps echoing down the corridor. McGonagall remained, wand raised, eyes fixed on the strange creature that had spoken. It tilted its head, and for a fleeting instant, she thought she saw something within its eyes. A flicker of dark intelligence she hadn't seen since the war. "Who sent you?" she demanded. The creature blinked once. Then, with a sound like the tearing of parchment, it dissolved into a flurry of silver dust that vanished into the air. The quill, now dull and lifeless, lay motionless in her hand. McGonagall exhaled slowly. Whatever magic had just entered her classroom was not mere mischief, and not the work of a student. She tucked the quill into a protective pouch and glanced toward the door, where the faint murmur of frightened students could still be heard. Her sharp eyes softened, if only for a moment. Hogwarts had endured many strange and dangerous things, but she had thought, perhaps foolishly, that those days were over. As she turned back to the silent classroom, the sunlight caught the edge of her spectacles once more. Dust motes drifted lazily in the air, but behind them, a faint shimmer still pulsed in the stones of the walls. Something had awakened, and Professor Minerva McGonagall, veteran of 100 dangers, would not rest until she discovered what it was. The castle was quieter than usual that evening, as though it too sensed that something in its ancient heart had shifted. Shadows pooled beneath the staircases and the torches along the stone corridors. Professor McGonagall walked briskly toward her office, her robes whispering against the flagstones. In her hand, she carried the strange quill, sealed inside a protective charm that shimmered faintly like glass. Every so often she felt a subtle vibration through the enchantment, as though the feather were breathing. When she reached her office, she placed the quill upon her desk and sealed the door with a wave of her wand. The room, lined with shelves of books and portraits of former headmasters, felt heavy with silence. A log crackled in the fireplace, but its warmth did little to dispel the unease creeping through her. McGonagall removed her spectacles, polished them once, and set them back upon her nose. "All right," she murmured under her breath, addressing the quill as if it were a suspect before the Wizengamot. "Let's see what you truly are." With a flick of her wand, she whispered, "Revelio verum." The air shimmered. The quill glowed faintly, revealing dark, crawling runes etched along its shaft. Runes old enough that even McGonagall had to squint to recognize them. She leaned closer, her brow furrowing. The markings formed the crest of a serpent twisted around a wand, a sigil she had not seen in nearly 20 years. Her breath caught. "Morgoth Vane," she whispered. The name seemed to darken the room. Vane had been a dark wizard from the latter years of the war, a scholar of cursed ink who believed that written words could bind souls. He vanished before the Battle of Hogwarts, his grim works confiscated and destroyed, or so they believed. McGonagall straightened, her jaw tight. The quill pulsed once, as if pleased to have been recognized. From one of the portraits behind her came a gruff voice. "Something troubling you, Minerva?" asked the painted image of Albus Dumbledore, his blue eyes soft but knowing. She turned.
"I fear, Albus, that an artifact I thought long destroyed has found its way back into this castle." Dumbledore's painted brows lifted. "Ah, that quill, I presume. It feels peculiar, even from here." "It reacted in my classroom," McGonagall said. "It brought transfigured objects to life, truly alive, not merely animated. And it spoke." "Spoke? In riddles?" It mentioned a master remembering. Dumbledore's expression darkened, and for a moment even the flicker of his portrait's candle seemed subdued. Morgath believed that language itself could store fragments of will. If one of his instruments was awakened, "I'll find the source," McGonagall said firmly, cutting off the thought before it grew into fear. "No cursed relic will endanger my students again." The headmaster's portrait inclined his head. "Be cautious, Minerva. Vane's enchantments are treacherous. They often demand curiosity as payment." She allowed herself a dry smile. "Then perhaps it shall starve in my company." But as she turned back to the quill, she noticed something she had not before. A faint trail of ink seeping from its tip, crawling across the surface of her desk like a living thing. The ink twisted and curved, forming words in an elegant, archaic script. Below the school, the quill remembers its home. McGonagall's wand snapped up instantly. "Incarcerus," she cast, ropes of magic binding the quill in a shimmer of silver light. The words vanished, absorbed back into the feather as if they had never been written. Her heart was steady, but her mind raced. Beneath the school, the phrase could mean many things. The dungeons, perhaps. Or deeper still, the foundations of Hogwarts, the secret catacombs that only the founders themselves once knew. She gathered her cloak, extinguished the lamps, and departed. The corridors were deserted, save for the shifting suits of armor, the castle's heartbeat. The gentle hum of old enchantments accompanied her down the spiraling staircases and through the cold corridors that smelled faintly of stone and candle soot. At last, she reached the entrance to the dungeons. The air there was chill, damp with the breath of the underground. She moved silently, the echo of her heels soft and deliberate. A soft rustle made her stop. Ahead, a shadow detached itself from the wall. Severus Snape's portrait hung near the potions classroom. His dark eyes gleamed with habitual suspicion. "Wandering after curfew, Professor?" he drawled. McGonagall's lips twitched. "Old habits, Severus. There's something stirring in the castle. Something from the past." Snape's gaze flicked toward the enchanted pouch at her belt. "The quill. You know of it?" "Only what Dumbledore told me," the portrait said. "Vane's ink could mimic life itself. Dangerous magic, even by my standards." "Then I'll see it caged before dawn," she replied. Snape's eyes glinted faintly with approval. "Be careful. If it remembers its creator, it may try to find him through you." With a curt nod, McGonagall pressed onward, passing through the shadowed corridor into the depths below. The stone walls narrowed and ancient roots broke through the ceiling, black with age. Finally, she reached a dead end, or so it seemed. Her
Her wand light flickered across a blank wall, and she noticed a faint carving, the same serpent and wand sigil. She raised her wand. Aperio. The stones trembled. Slowly, they slid aside to reveal a narrow stair spiraling downward into darkness. A gust of cold, ink-scented air rose from below. McGonagall hesitated only a heartbeat, then descended. The staircase opened into a vast chamber lit by pools of ghostly light. Shelves of broken quills, cracked ink pots, and crumbling scrolls filled the space. At its center stood a pedestal, and upon it a pool of black liquid that shimmered like polished obsidian. The enchanted pouch at her side trembled. The quill was reacting, its magic pulsing harder with every step. When she reached the pedestal, the ink stirred, rippling as though aware of her presence. Then, without warning, it rose, forming the faint outline of a man, featureless but with burning white eyes. A voice filled the chamber, deep and hollow as the earth. "The Master remembers." McGonagall raised her wand. "You'll find this Master unwelcome here." The shadow tilted its head. "The quill writes, the ink lives. The words are not done. Enough." Her spell struck the figure squarely, shattering it into droplets that hissed upon the floor. But as the echo faded, the ink on the pedestal shimmered again, and a whisper followed her out of the darkness. "Every story needs an author, Professor." McGonagall did not look back. She ascended the stairs, sealing the wall behind her with a firm flick of her wand. Yet as she reached the upper corridors, she paused. A faint smudge of black ink now stained her palm, a mark that no cleansing spell would remove. Her expression hardened. Whatever had begun in her classroom was not finished, and though the castle slept above her, something beneath Hogwarts had awakened and was waiting for her next move. The following morning dawned gray and misty, the kind of day when even the portraits seemed reluctant to stir. A drizzle clung to the castle windows, and the grounds were draped in fog that blurred the forbidden forest into a shapeless wall of shadow. Professor McGonagall stood at the great hall's entrance, her expression unreadable as students drifted to breakfast. The chatter was subdued, though whispers followed her wherever she went. Rumor had already spread of the enchanted classroom incident. Some said an explosion, others claimed a spirit had been released. McGonagall ignored it all. At the staff table, Professor Flitwick greeted her with a bright, "Good morning, Minerva," though even his cheerful voice carried a trace of unease. "Morning, Phileas," she replied, sitting beside him. "Quite a stir yesterday, I hear," he ventured cautiously. "Are we to expect a repeat performance?" "I should hope not," McGonagall said, unfolding her napkin with calm precision. "Though I will be examining the Transfiguration classroom again today. There are energies there that ought not exist." Flitwick nodded gravely. "Do you think the castle is reacting to something external?" "Perhaps." Her tone was thoughtful. "But if so, it's a reaction with memory, and I fear it remembers something dark." Across the table, Professor Sprout glanced up from her teacup. "Dark, you say?" "I noticed several of my greenhouse plants wilting last night. Not from neglect, but as if they were frightened." McGonagall turned sharply. "Frightened?" Sprout nodded. "The flutterweed curled inward, and the nocturnal blossoms refused to open. It's as though the earth itself was holding its breath." For a long moment no one spoke. Then McGonagall rose, her meal untouched. "Excuse me, I believe I'll pay a visit to Greenhouse 4. Outside the air was heavy with mist. The grass glistened with dew, and the distant towers faded into the fog. As she made her way down the path, the sound of dripping water and croaking frogs filled the silence. When she reached Greenhouse 4, Sprout was already there, fussing with a tray of wilted plants. The air inside was humid, thick with the scent of damp soil and herbs. "Look at this," Sprout said, pointing to a bed of flutterweed. The silver-veined leaves were shriveled, their edges blackened as though burned by frost. "I've never seen this reaction before." McGonagall, at first glance, they appeared simply sickly. But as she reached out, she felt a faint vibration through the soil, an echo of the same pulse that had emanated from the cursed quill. Her eyes narrowed. "It's spreading," she murmured. Sprout frowned. "Spreading?" "The magic from yesterday," McGonagall said. "It's rooted itself. The castle isn't merely containing it. It's carrying it." Before Sprout could respond, a low rumble rolled through the ground beneath their feet. Several glass jars rattled on their shelves. From the far corner of the greenhouse came a faint hiss, soft at first, then sharper, more distinct. Both witches turned. A shadow shifted among the hanging vines. McGonagall drew her wand, her voice crisp. "Show yourself." From the mass of leaves slithered a creature the size of a large cat, its body sleek and black, its eyes silver as molten steel. It looked like a serpent carved of ink, every movement leaving a faint trail that evaporated into mist. Sprout gasped. "What in Merlin's name—" Before she could finish, the serpent struck, not at them, but toward the soil. Where it touched, the ground blackened, roots twisting and shriveling. McGonagall reacted instantly. Petrificus totalis. The spell hit, freezing the creature mid-slither. It hung motionless for a moment, then shattered into droplets that soaked into the earth. The trembling stopped, but the damage was clear. A blackened spiral now marred the soil, radiating faint heat. Sprout pressed a hand to her heart. "I've seen cursed flora before, but never anything like that." McGonagall's face was grim. That was not flora. That was ink given form. They exchanged a long, uneasy glance. When McGonagall returned to her office, she wasted no time summoning Hermione Granger through the Flu network. The girl appeared minutes later, her hair frizzed from the morning rain and her eyes bright with concern. "Professor," Hermione said breathlessly. "Sit down." Hermione obeyed, and McGonagall placed the sealed quill on the desk between them. "Miss Granger, you are one of the most capable students this school has ever produced. I require your help. But you must understand this is not a test nor a lesson. What we face may be dangerous." Hermione nodded without hesitation. "I'll help, Professor. Whatever you need." McGonagall allowed herself a small smile. "I expected no less." With a wave of her wand, she unsealed the protective enchantment. The quill glimmered faintly as though aware it was being watched. Hermione leaned closer, fascinated. "It's beautiful," she murmured, "but I can feel it. It's almost like it's thinking." "Precisely," McGonagall said. "The quill carries memory, it's fragments of its creator's will. I need to know if those memories can be read." Hermione considered this. "Like extracting a thought from a pensieve? In principle, yes. But the danger lies in touching the spell itself. If it senses intrusion, it may retaliate." Hermione hesitated. Then she reached into her satchel and withdrew a small crystal vial. "What if we used this? It's a containment charm I've been improving. It captures magical residue for study without direct contact." McGonagall raised an eyebrow. "You've been inventing containment charms in your spare time?" Hermione flushed slightly. "Only when I can't sleep." The faintest twitch of McGonagall's lips betrayed amusement. "Very well, proceed." Hermione uncorked the vial, murmured an incantation, and lowered it toward the quill. A thread of silvery light rose from the feather's tip, swirling into the glass. When it was sealed, the vial glowed faintly, alive with whispering energy. Hermione held it up. "We have it." McGonagall nodded approvingly. "Now let us see what story it tells." Together they touched their wands to the vial. Images flickered like reflections on water, and flashes of parchment, shelves of books, and a man writing feverishly by candlelight. His face was pale and drawn, his robes ink-stained. Morgath Vane, he spoke softly, though his voice echoed as if from a cavern. "Words bind the world, ink remembers what man forgets, and so through my hand I write eternity." The image darkened. A sudden crash, a shout, and the vision splintered into shards of light. McGonagall gasped, jerking back as the room dimmed. The vial shattered on the floor, releasing a wisp of dark smoke that coiled upward, whispering unintelligibly before vanishing. Hermione clutched the edge of the desk. He was here, wasn't he? In Hogwarts? McGonagall's eyes were cold as steel. Long ago, before even Dumbledore's time, perhaps. And if his work survived... She turned toward the window. Beyond the glass, the fog had thickened, rolling across the grounds like a living sea. From somewhere within it came the faint echo of a quill scratching upon parchment. Slow, deliberate, endless. Hermione shivered. "Professor, what if he's still writing?" McGonagall did not answer at once. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting long shadows across the stone walls. At last, she said quietly, "Then, Miss Granger, it is time we find the book he means to finish." Outside, thunder rumbled in the distance, and within the castle's ancient stones, something stirred again, faint but insistent, like words being written beneath their very feet. Night fell swiftly upon Hogwarts, cloaking the towers in cloud and mist. A restless wind swept through the castle's corridors, rattling windows and whispering beneath the doors. Somewhere deep within the walls, a sound like scratching parchment echoed faintly. A quill writing without a hand. Professor McGonagall had not slept. She sat before the fire in her office, the faint glow illuminating a dozen open books surrounded her. Grim tomes on cursed objects, the darker forms of enchantment, and half-banned studies of magical linguistics. Every text told her the same thing. Morgath Vane's craft had always been built upon memory and ink. His quills were vessels, not tools, conduits between the living and the written, and somewhere within Hogwarts one of them had awakened. A sudden knock broke her thoughts. "Enter," she said curtly. Hermione Granger stepped in, her eyes bright despite the lateness of the hour. She carried an old book in her arms, one of the oldest from the restricted section, its leather cover cracked and bound with silver clasps. "I found something," Hermione said without preamble. "There's mention of Vane here," briefly. "He was a student once. Ravenclaw, though expelled for conducting forbidden enchantments in the catacombs." McGonagall's eyes sharpened. "The catacombs," she repeated, "the same as beneath the castle foundations." Hermione nodded. "The records say he sealed part of them behind a charm, one only his quills could open. Professor, that's why the cursed one reacted to the castle. It was trying to return there." McGonagall rose, her decision immediate. "Then we'll follow it." Hermione hesitated. "Now?" "It's past midnight." "There's no better time," McGonagall said, fastening her cloak. "Magic like this feeds on stillness, will have the advantage while the castle sleeps. The two witches made their way through the silent corridors, their wand light gliding over tapestries and ancient portraits. Every so often, McGonagall thought she saw a flicker of movement, a shifting shadow that vanished when she turned. The castle was watching, she could feel it. They descended into the dungeons, past Snape's portrait, who regarded them silently this time, eyes glittering with something like respect. Beyond the potions corridor, they found a forgotten art. "Here," McGonagall murmured, touching her wand to the keystone. "This is where the quill led me before." Hermione studied the wall. "There's a faint enchantment woven here. Old, but still active. Let me try." She pressed her palm against the stone, whispering an incantation. A faint pattern of runes flared to life. The serpent and wand sigil once more, curling like living flame. "The same mark," Hermione whispered. "He branded the entrance." "Then it seems the school remembers him after all," McGonagall said grimly. She raised her wand. "Aperio catacumba." The wall groaned and slid open, revealing the stairway she had seen before, spiraling downward into blackness. A chill wind rose from below, carrying with it the faint smell of parchment and iron ink. They descended in silence. The deeper they went, the colder the air became, until their breath hung in pale wisps. The walls were carved with faint writing, names, incantations, fragments of unfinished sentences. It was as though the very stones had once been pages. At last, the stairs opened into the vast chamber once more. The shelves of broken quills and shattered ink pots loomed around them, glimmering faintly in the wand light. But this time the pool at the center glowed more brightly. A mirror of black glass, rippling as though aware of their approach. Hermione shuddered. "It's alive!" McGonagall stepped forward, unflinching. "Show yourself," she commanded. For a long moment nothing happened. Then the surface of the ink stirred, rising once more into the outline of a man. But this time the shape was clearer, robed, tall, with eyes like twin lanterns. "Morgath Vane," McGonagall said evenly. The figure inclined its head. "Professor McGonagall," it said in a voice smooth as spilled ink. "You bear the mark now. You've opened my chamber." McGonagall glanced at the faint black stain upon her palm. It pulsed once in response. "Your time ended long ago." "Time," the figure murmured, "is only what is unwritten. I am merely revising." Hermione stepped forward, her wand raised. "You're not alive. You're a remnant, a memory bound in your own spell." Vane's shadow smiled. "Memories are the truest form of life, Miss Granger. You of all people should know that. I gave the written word a voice. I gave ink a soul. And now I shall give Hogwarts a new story." The ink rippled outward, spreading across the floor like a tide. The shelves trembled. Broken quills reassembled themselves, rising into the air, their tips glowing with spectral light. Hermione gasped. "He's reawakening the artifacts." McGonagall's wand flashed. "Protego Maxima." A barrier of silver light surrounded them, holding back the encroaching tide. The air thrummed with pressure, vibrating through their bones. "You cannot fight words," Vane's voice echoed, growing deeper, more resonant. "They shape reality itself. I wrote this castle's history once. I can rewrite it again." "Not while I draw breath," McGonagall hissed. With a flick of her wrist, she sent a jet of golden fire toward the pool. The flames struck, boiling the surface into a storm of black mist. Hermione joined her, chanting rapidly, Incarcerare veritas. Their combined spell surged through the chamber, light colliding with shadow. For a moment, the air itself seemed to split, and then, with a scream like tearing parchment, the shadow imploded. Silence followed. The ink fell still. The glow faded. Hermione exhaled shakily. "Did we—" "Not yet," McGonagall interrupted softly. Her gaze fixed upon the pool. From its depths, faint letters began to rise, glowing words forming one by one upon the surface. "Every quill has a master. Every master leaves a mark." And beneath the message, the black ink shifted, forming a reflection not of Vane, but of McGonagall herself. She stared, her heart steady, though her mind raced. The reflection smiled faintly.
Hermione caught her breath. "Professor, your hand." The black mark upon McGonagall's palm was spreading, faint lines branching like veins of ink beneath her skin. "Leave," McGonagall said at once. "Get back to the castle." "But that's an order, Miss Granger." Her voice rang through the chamber with the authority of years. Hermione hesitated, then turned and ran toward the stairway, her wand light vanishing into the dark. McGonagall stood alone, facing the pool. The reflection still smiled up at her. She raised her wand. "You will not have this school," she said quietly. The ink whispered back. "You already bear my story, Minerva. You write it with every spell you cast." She struck the pool again with fire, sealing it behind walls of enchanted stone until the air went still and cold. Only when she was certain the chamber was contained did she ascend the stairs, each step echoing in the hollow dark. By the time she reached her office, dawn was creeping over the mountains, pale light filtering through the windows. She stood at her desk, exhausted but unyielding. The mark on her hand glimmered faintly, like ink beneath her skin. Outside the castle stirred awake, unaware of the battle fought beneath its foundations. But far below, sealed behind wards of fire and stone, a single quill floated upright in the air, glowing faintly with a pulse that matched the rhythm of her heartbeat. The days that followed were uneasy ones at Hogwarts. Nothing unusual stirred upon the surface. Lessons continued, students bustled through the corridors, and the great hall echoed with the familiar hum of chatter and laughter. But beneath the calm, attention lingered. The professors felt it first. An odd stillness in the air, a subtle distortion in enchantments, as if the castle itself were hesitating before each breath. Professor McGonagall bore the appearance of composure, yet her every step carried the weight of sleepless vigilance. The faint black it hid beneath her glove, unseen by the students, but it pulsed faintly whenever she neared the lower floors of the castle. She could feel it sometimes in her dreams, cold lines threading through her veins, like spilled ink seeping through parchment. Still, she went about her duties. Her Transfiguration lessons continued, her words as sharp as ever, though her gaze lingered longer than usual on the faces of her pupils. She caught herself watching them with a kind of fierce protectiveness. She had fought to preserve this peace once before. She would not allow history to rewrite itself. It was on the fourth morning after her descent into the catacombs that she noticed the first sign of change. As the students filed into her classroom, she felt the faint hum of magic rise in the air once more, subtle but unmistakable. The same pulse she had felt when the quill first awakened. "Wands away for now," she instructed calmly. "Today's work will require more attention than magic."
But as she began to demonstrate a theoretical transfiguration on the blackboard, the chalk in her hand trembled. The writing it left behind twisted of its own accord, curving into foreign runes. Gasps rose among the students. McGonagall's hand froze. For an instant she could see her own handwriting. Strong, elegant, unmistakably hers, reforming itself into a single phrase. The story continues. The chalk snapped in two. Her eyes flashed. Class dismissed. No one dared question her. Within moments, the students had hurried out, whispering anxiously. As soon as the door shut, McGonagall lowered her wand to the blackboard and whispered, "Finite." The writing faded, but not entirely. The faint outline of words lingered, burned faintly into the slate. She turned on her heel and strode from the room. By the time she reached her office, she already knew what she would find. The protective pouch on her desk, the one that had once held the quill, lay open, empty. Then she whispered, "So be it." That evening she summoned Hermione once more. The young witch arrived quickly, her face pale with worry. "Professor, I've been reading everything I could find about Morgathvain," Hermione said, even before sitting down. "There's very little recorded about his disappearance, but there's one strange detail. His body was never found, only a pool of ink where he'd last been seen." McGonagall nodded grimly. "I fear he never left the ink at all. He may have written himself into it." Hermione blinked. "Written himself? Think of it, Miss Granger. The quill was designed to store memory and will. What if the man decided the parchment was a safer prison than flesh?" Hermione's face went pale. "Then he could still be alive, in a sense." "Alive enough to continue writing," McGonagall said. "Alive enough to seek another hand." Her gaze dropped to her gloved hand. Beneath the fabric, she could feel the mark throbbing faintly. "Professor," Hermione whispered, "is he—" "No," McGonagall said quickly, cutting her off. "Not yet." Hermione bit her lip. "Then what do we do?" "We find his anchor. If Vane wrote himself into the castle's story, he must have left a focal point, a book, a scroll, something that ties him to this world." Hermione nodded. "The Founder's Archive. It's the only place ancient enough to contain such an object." McGonagall's eyes softened with approval. "I see I chose my company wisely." The two witches left the office under the shroud of night once more. The castle corridors were silent save for the whisper of the wind through the high windows. Their footsteps echoed softly as they descended into the oldest parts of Hogwarts. The sealed wings and forgotten corridors that had not seen daylight in centuries. They reached the entrance to the archive, a massive door of stone carved with thousands of names. McGonagall traced her wand along the surface, murmuring the word. The door shuddered, then swung open with a low groan. Inside lay a circular chamber filled with shelves that stretched into darkness. Dust shimmered like drifting snow in the air. The smell of parchment and old magic was almost overwhelming. Hermione whispered, "It's incredible." "Quietly," McGonagall warned. "The archive has its own wards. It remembers those who intrude." They moved slowly among the shelves, their wands casting narrow beams of light. Each row held books bound in dragon hide, serpentine scales, or fine cloth so old it seemed ready to crumble. Some whispered faintly as they passed, the remnants of enchantments long dormant. After an hour of searching, Hermione stopped. "Professor, look." At the far end of the chamber stood a pedestal of black stone. Upon it rested a single open book, its pages blank. No dust lay upon it. McGonagall's pulse quickened. She approached cautiously. The air around the pedestal was colder than the rest of the room. The mark on her palm burned. "This is it," she whispered. "The Codex of Vane." Hermione reached toward it, but McGonagall's hand shot out to stop her. "No. It reacts to magic, to intent. If this book holds him, then any contact might release him fully." She drew her wand and circled the pedestal, murmuring incantations in a low, firm voice. "Recludo animus, vincitio verbum, claudo scriptum." For a moment nothing happened. Then the pages fluttered as if caught in an invisible wind. Words began to appear upon them, written in ink as black as shadow. "You cannot cage the author of your tale, Minerva?" Hermione gasped. "He's speaking through it." McGonagall's wand flared. "You will not use me, Vane." But the writing continued, faster now, letters forming almost too quickly to read. "The ink runs through you. You write even now. Every spell you cast adds to my story." The book's pages glowed, and from its spine poured streams of dark mist, swirling upward. The chamber's torches flared blue. "Professor, we have to destroy it." "No," McGonagall said sharply. "If we destroy the book while he's bound to me, it may take us both." The mist coiled, shaping into half-formed figures, faces whispering from the shadows, remnants of words given form. They circled the two witches like predators scenting prey. McGonagall's voice rose over the sound. "Illuminar totus!" Light burst from her wand, filling the chamber with golden brilliance. The figures shrieked and dissolved, the mist retreating into the pages. With a final sweep of her arm, she slammed the book shut. The silence that followed was deep and absolute. McGonagall stood still, her chest heaving. Then she turned to Hermione, her voice low but steady. "Take the book to the headmaster's vault. Seal it under my name. No one touches it. Do you understand?" Hermione nodded shakily. "Yes, Professor." As they left the chamber, McGonagall glanced back once. The pedestal stood empty now, but upon the floor beneath it was a single line written in glowing ink. "Every story ends when the writer sleeps." And as they stepped into the corridor above, the torches flickered. The mark upon McGonagall's hand shimmered once more, then faded to a faint outline, as though the ink within her had quieted, but not entirely gone. Outside, the first light of dawn began to creep over the mountains. The castle breathed softly in the gray light, ancient and alive. For now, the story was still hers to tell. Rain fell in silver sheets against the windows of Hogwarts that night, the kind that turned torchlight into blurred halos and made the ancient stones glisten as though the castle itself were weeping. Inside her office, Professor McGonagall sat alone, the flicker of the fire painting long shadows across the walls. The Codex of Vane now rested deep within the headmaster's vault, sealed behind enchantments few could breach. And yet, she did not feel safe. She could sense it in the air, the way the flames faltered now and then, as if disturbed by a hidden breath. Even the portraits upon her walls were restless. Dumbledore's painted eyes had opened twice already, watching her with wordless concern. "You should rest, Minerva," his voice said softly from the frame. "You've not slept in 3 nights." "I'll sleep when I'm certain that cursed book isn't writing its own ending," she replied, her voice sharp though weary. Dumbledore smiled faintly. "You sound like I once did." "I've no time for nostalgia, Albus," she said, though there was affection buried in the words. "The book may be sealed, but the castle isn't what it was. There's something off. I can feel it in the magic itself. Perhaps the portrait mused. You should not be feeling the castle's pulse at all. She stiffened, glancing at her hand. The mark, though faint, had begun to pulse again, a rhythm too steady to be her own heartbeat. I suspected as much, Dumbledore said, watching her with his painted calm. The connection between you and the quill may not have been severed. A bond such as that rarely breaks without consequence. McGonagall's voice was quiet. He used me as his ink. The old headmaster inclined his head sadly. Then, my dear, you may also hold the means to end him. Before she could reply, the door opened and Hermione stepped inside, pale and drenched from the rain. Professor, she said breathlessly, something's happening in the vault. McGonagall was on her feet instantly. What? The wards are failing, Hermione said. I felt it when I passed the grand staircase. The air shimmered. It was as though the castle itself was trembling. The fire flared blue. McGonagall seized her wand. Then we've little time. Together they strode swiftly through the corridors, the sound of thunder chasing them through the echoing halls. Suits of armor turned their heads as they passed. When they reached the entrance to the headmaster's vault, they found the great door trembling under invisible strain. The runes carved upon its surface were glowing faintly red, a color that spoke of failing wards. Hermione whispered, I've never seen magic react like this. McGonagall raised her wand and began tracing counterspells in the air, her voice steady and precise. He's testing the seal, pushing through the cracks. Keep back. The air thickened. The temperature dropped sharply, frosting the stones. Then, with a sound like tearing parchment, a rift split across the vault door. From within came a soft hiss, followed by the unmistakable whisper of quill against parchment. Hermione's eyes widened. He's writing again. McGonagall did not hesitate. She struck the door with a surge of magic. Alohomora potentis. The vault groaned open. Inside, the codex lay upon its pedestal, glowing with unholy light. The pages turned by themselves, ink spilling across them like living vines. Words formed and vanished too quickly to read. Around it, the air shimmered with coiling figures of shadow. Then came the voice, smooth, cold, and far too near. You cannot imprison a story, Professor. It lives as long as someone remembers it. McGonagall advanced into the vault, her wand raised high. You will find me most uncooperative. The shadows shifted. Morgath Vane's form emerged again, more defined than before, his eyes bright as silver flame. Ah, he said almost fondly, the headmistress who writes with iron and will, but even iron rusts, even will bends. Not mine, she said, and sent a spell hurtling toward him. The chamber erupted in light. Sparks of energy collided mid-air, tearing fissures in the marble floor. Hermione shielded her eyes as black ink sprayed like blood, sizzling where it struck the ground. Vane laughed, the sound dry and hollow. You fight me with light, but light itself casts shadows. Every thought you speak etches my name deeper. McGonagall gritted her teeth, her wand blazing. Then I shall stop speaking altogether. She raised both hands and uttered an incantation older than the school itself. The stones shuddered. Golden symbols spiraled around her, binding her magic into a single point of brilliance. The light engulfed the codex, searing its pages with fire. Vane screamed, not a human sound, but the cry of torn parchment, of quills breaking under strain. His shadow flailed, melting into streaks of darkness that lashed against the walls. Hermione, shielding herself, shouted, Professor, "The mark on your hand." McGonagall glanced down. The ink on her skin had begun to spread rapidly, climbing her wrist like veins of liquid night. The connection was feeding both ways. "If he burns," she said through clenched teeth, "then so do I." "No," Hermione cried, stepping forward, but McGonagall's gaze stopped her. It was not fear she saw there, but calm determination, the same steel that had carried her through battles past. "Get out, Miss Granger. I'm not leaving you. This is an order." For a heartbeat, the two women locked eyes. Then Hermione turned and fled as the chamber shook violently behind her. Alone, McGonagall faced the rising storm of ink and flame. Vane's voice thundered around her. "You will be my ink, my words eternal." She straightened to her full height, every inch the witch who had once stood unflinching against Death Eaters and giants alike. "You forget one thing, Vane," she said softly. "Even stories end." Then she drove her wand forward and shouted a final spell, her voice echoing like thunder through the vault. Ex scribo finum. A blinding flash consumed the room. The codex burst apart in a storm of paper and fire, each fragment burning into golden dust. Before touching the ground, the scream that followed faded into silence as if swallowed by the walls. When the smoke cleared, the mark upon her hand was gone. Only a faint scar remained, shaped like a quill's tip. The vault was silent, the oppressive magic lifted. Hermione burst in moments later, breathless. "Professor, are you—" "I'm fine," McGonagall said quietly, lowering her wand. Her voice was tired but steady. "He's finished." Hermione looked around at the scorched floor, the empty pedestal. "You destroyed him." "No," McGonagall said, gazing at the floating motes of gold that still lingered in the air. "I ended his sentence." Outside, the storm had broken. Dawn light streamed through the upper windows, painting the corridor in pale gold. McGonagall stepped into it, closing the vault behind her with a final flick of her wand. Hermione walked beside her in silence until they reached the main stair. At last she said softly, "What will happen to the castle now?" McGonagall paused, listening. The stones beneath her feet thrummed faintly, not with fear, but with peace. "It will remember," she said, "and so will I." As they climbed the stairs toward the waking world, the castle seemed to breathe once more, alive, ancient, and at rest. Far below, buried in the vault, a single fleck of ink glimmered upon the stone before fading into nothingness. For the first time in centuries, Morgath Vane's story had truly reached its end. For several weeks, Hogwarts was unusually quiet. The shadows seemed softer, the halls warmer, the air lighter somehow, as though the castle itself had exhaled after holding its breath for too long. Even the portraits, those tireless sentinels of history, had resumed their gossip and sighing, as if relieved to return to the ordinary rhythm of school life. Yet for all its peace, Professor McGonagall could not shake the feeling that silence was merely a new kind of vigilance. The faint scar upon her palm was a constant reminder, thin as a quill's stroke. Sometimes, in the stillness of night, she thought she felt it pulse once, like a fading heartbeat. Classes resumed as before. Transfiguration lessons returned to their strict, precise order. Students once again stammered under her stern gaze and celebrated when she allowed the ghost of a smile. To anyone watching, she seemed unchanged, but in her private thoughts, Minerva McGonagall had begun to write letters to herself, not with ink, but with memory, the only safeguard against forgetting. Hermione Granger remained at Hogwarts for the term's remainder, assisting in cataloging the damaged magical artifacts the battle with Vane's Codex had awakened. More than a few items in the castle's archives had begun to stir with strange whispers, old spells made restless by proximity to dark memory. Under McGonagall's supervision, they were sealed again, layer by layer. "Memory," Hermione said one evening as they walked the corridor outside the library, "is more fragile than we think. It seeps like ink on paper. Maybe that's what Vane learned, and why he tried to become it." McGonagall's tone was dry. Then perhaps he should have learned restraint first. Magic is not meant to serve our vanity. "But you used memory too," Hermione said softly. "To fight him. You turned it against him." "I did what I had to," McGonagall replied. Her eyes softened, though her mouth was still stern. "We all right, Miss Granger. The trick is in knowing when to stop." They reached the end of the corridor where a high, narrow window overlooked the black lake. The reflection of the moon drifted across its surface, bright as polished steel. For a long time they stood in silence, watching the ripples spread outward. Then faintly something moved beneath the water. A shimmer like spilled ink twisting through the depths. Hermione gasped. "Professor, did you see that?" "I did," McGonagall said calmly. They hurried down to the lake's edge, their robes billowing in the night wind. The full moon cast the water in silver, but where its light met the shore, faint tendrils of darkness coiled like smoke. McGonagall knelt, touching her wand tip to the surface. "Lumos Revelar." The spell sent a circle of light rippling across the water, and there, drifting just beneath the surface, lay fragments of parchment, torn, sodden pages that gleamed faintly as if inscribed with silver letters. Hermione bent closer. "They're parts of a book." McGonagall's expression hardened. "The Codex. But we destroyed it." "Most of it," McGonagall said grimly. "Not all ink burns cleanly." As she spoke, one of the fragments rose from the water and floated toward them. It hovered before her face, the words upon it shifting and realigning, forming a single line. "Every ending births another reader." Hermione stepped back. "No," McGonagall said firmly, her voice cutting like glass. "He's gone. But magic remembers the shape of things that once were. These are echoes, nothing more." She extended her wand. "Incendio purificare." The parchment ignited in white flame, vanishing with a faint hiss. The rest sank soundlessly beneath the water, the surface closing over them like a sealed envelope. McGonagall stood for a long moment, watching the ripples fade. "He wanted to be remembered," she murmured almost to herself. "That was his mistake. Memory is not immortality." Hermione looked at her, eyes bright with something like admiration. "And what is?" "Legacy," McGonagall said. "What we leave for others to carry forward, not for ourselves to keep." They turned back toward the castle. The night wind rustled through the reeds, and the faint cry of a night bird echoed across the grounds. In the weeks that followed, Hogwarts settled once more into rhythm. The younger students forgot their fear. Older ones whispered less, yet below the calm, something new began to grow. A subtle change in the castle's magic. Books no longer whispered to each other in the library at night. The portraits' painted conversations were softer, less secretive. Even the staircases, once capricious in their movements, seemed more patient, as if the castle itself had been reminded of humility. One evening, while patrolling the corridors, McGonagall paused before a window overlooking the courtyard. Rain tapped gently against the glass. From somewhere far below came the muffled laughter of students sneaking back to their dormitories past curfew. She allowed herself a small, tired smile. "Good luck, you foolish children," she whispered. "May your stories be quieter than mine." Behind her, the portrait of Dumbledore stirred. "You've done well, Minerva," he said warmly. "The castle breathes easier, as do I." She turned, arching one brow. "Are you implying you worried, Albus?" He chuckled softly. "Even the painted version of me worries. Old habits." She crossed her arms. "I should have expected that." Dumbledore's expression softened. "And your hand?" McGonagall looked down at the faint scar. "A reminder, one I intend to keep." He nodded approvingly. "Sometimes reminders are the truest safeguards against repetition." She inclined her head. "Perhaps, though I would prefer a good night's rest." "Then take it," said the portrait kindly. "For once, let the ink dry before you write again." When he said no more, McGonagall extinguished her lamp and stepped into the dim corridor. Her steps echoed softly as she made her way back to her chambers. The castle was silent now, a deep, gentle silence that no longer carried menace. Before entering her room, she paused at the window once more. The storm had passed. The moon, unveiled from the clouds, cast a pale path of light across the forbidden forest. The air smelled of wet earth and pine, the scent of renewal. McGonagall, for the first time in many nights, she allowed herself to sleep. And as she did, deep within the stones of the castle, in places no one ever saw and no torchlight ever reached, a single drop of golden ink pulsed faintly before fading into the rock, merging with the heart of Hogwarts itself. Not dark, nor dangerous, nor cursed, only a trace of memory, the last breath of a story, sealed not in pages, but in the living magic of the school. So Hogwarts dreamed as its headmistress slept, both content, both eternal, each carrying the weight of countless tales, written, spoken, remembered, and finally at peace. Spring unfurled its slow hand over the highlands, bringing sunlight that gleamed across the towers of Hogwarts like gold upon old armor. The lake thawed, the air filled with the trill of larks, and yet, beneath the gentle hum of returning life, the castle's heart still carried quiet echoes of what had come before. Professor McGonagall moved through the great stone halls each morning with her usual precision, her step brisk, her robes drawn close, her gaze as unflinching as steel. But in her eyes there now lingered a weariness no sleep could quite erase. The quill-shaped scar upon her hand had faded to the faintest outline, but its memory refused to leave her. It was a promise and a warning both, that words could bind and silence could protect. The term advanced as all terms must. 5th years prepared for OWLS, 7th years whispered about futures and farewells, and the Weasley twins, now long gone from these halls, were spoken of with the kind of fondness reserved for mischievous legends. Life had returned to its old rhythms, though it moved with a subtle caution, as if the castle had learned the value of restraint. It was on one of these mornings that McGonagall received a message by Owl, an old, weathered barn owl that looked as though it had flown straight from another age. The parchment bore. She broke the seal, scanning the letter quickly, and her eyes narrowed. Hermione Granger, now serving as a liaison between the Ministry and Hogwarts Academic Council, had requested her presence in the Department of Mysteries. The matter, the letter said, concerned lingering anomalies in the archival magic of the school. McGonagall sighed softly. Lingering anomalies, she repeated to herself. They mean trouble that refuses to stay buried. By evening, she stood once more within the atrium of the ministry. The great golden fountain had been rebuilt since the war, gleaming and serene, though McGonagall could never quite see it without remembering the ruin that once replaced it. She nodded curtly to the auror on duty and descended to the lower levels. Hermione awaited her beyond the great circular door, parchment in hand and eyes alight with both excitement and concern. "Professor," she said quickly, "thank you for coming." "Your letter was not exactly comforting," McGonagall replied, adjusting her cloak. "You mentioned anomalies?" Hermione gestured toward the chamber ahead, its stone floor inscribed with concentric runes that shimmered faintly. "We found traces of magical residue linked to the Codex of Vane. They appeared in one of the Ministry's record vaults, seemingly spontaneous, as though something had imprinted itself onto the ledgers." McGonagall's eyes narrowed. The book was destroyed. "I know," Hermione said, "but look at this." She laid a piece of parchment on the table between them. Across its surface ran a single line of writing, not ink, but charred lettering etched directly into the fibers. "The story does not end, it remembers." McGonagall frowned. "Someone is mimicking his work." "That's what we thought," Hermione said. "But the magic used here predates the Codex. It's identical to the enchantments used to bind the original Hogwarts charter." McGonagall straightened. "The Founder's magic? It seems Vane may have borrowed from it, not created his own. His magic wasn't born of darkness, but of the castle itself." The words settled heavily between them. "If that is true," McGonagall said slowly, "then perhaps he did not invent his quills. Perhaps he discovered them." Hermione hesitated. "Do you think there are others?" McGonagall gave her a thin smile that did not reach her eyes. "Miss Granger, in my experience, there is always another." The two witches spent the next hours studying the parchment. Its runes were strange, half-erased symbols that shimmered when touched by wandlight. They pulsed faintly like a heartbeat. At last McGonagall murmured, "Revelio Memoriam." The air above the parchment shimmered, forming an image, not of Vane, but of Hogwarts itself, drawn in perfect miniature. Light traced its towers, its lake, its winding halls. Then, deep beneath the castle's foundations, a single point of brightness flared, so bright that Hermione flinched. "What is that?" she whispered. "The source," McGonagall said quietly, "the origin of all this." "Another chamber? Older than the catacombs? Older perhaps than the school itself?" Hermione stared at her. "Professor, if the castle has been guarding something all this time, something that even Dumbledore didn't know, then it's time someone found it," McGonagall finished. They returned to Hogwarts that very night. The journey through the misty highlands was silent save for the wind against the carriage glass. When they arrived, the castle loomed through the fog, its windows glowing faintly like watchful eyes. "Do you ever feel," Hermione said softly as they crossed the courtyard, "that Hogwarts is alive in ways we can't begin to understand?" McGonagall's gaze swept the ancient towers. "I've never doubted it." They descended through the dungeons once more, following the flickering pulse of their wands. The air grew. Eventually they reached a part of the castle that even McGonagall had never seen. A narrow stair spiraling downward into rock. At the bottom lay a door made not of stone, but of translucent glass that shimmered faintly with the colors of moonlight. Strange letters swam across its surface, never quite still. Hermione touched the glass. "It's warm." McGonagall examined the runes. "These are founders' marks, but not any I recognize." "What do we do?" Hermione asked. McGonagall hesitated only a moment, then raised her wand. "Veritas Aperio." The runes flared gold, and the door dissolved silently, revealing a vast chamber beyond. It was unlike anything they had seen before. The walls were lined not with stone, but with countless suspended scrolls, floating in the air as though weightless. They glowed faintly, and lines of writing drifted from them like mist, forming patterns that vanished as quickly as they appeared. Hermione whispered, "It's beautiful." McGonagall's gaze, however, was wary. "It's alive." They stepped inside. The air hummed softly, each movement of their wands disturbing faint ripples of light. In the center of the chamber stood a pedestal of crystal, and upon it rested a single quill, white as snow, faintly luminescent. Hermione reached toward it, awe in her eyes. "It's not cursed," she said softly. "It feels pure." McGonagall nodded slowly. "The first quill," she said, "the one that writes the school story, the Founder's quill." Hermione frowned. "Then what did Vane do?" McGonagall's voice was quiet, almost reverent. "He found a fragment of it and twisted what was meant to record truth into something that desired it." Hermione's gaze lingered on the glowing feather. "Should we leave it here?" McGonagall thought for a long moment. "No," she said at last. "Not while there are still those who would seek it." She extended her hand, hesitated only a fraction of a second, then lifted the quill. It was light as air. No darkness surged through her veins. No whisper spoke from the shadows. Only a calm, steady pulse of magic, gentle and ancient. The floating scrolls shifted, their writing glimmering as though in acknowledgement. Hermione smiled faintly. "It recognizes you." McGonagall looked down at the quill, its feather glowing softly in her palm. "Then perhaps," she said, "it remembers a different kind of author." Together they left the chamber, sealing the glass door behind them with wards layered thick and sure. When they emerged once more into the cool night air, the moon had risen above the towers, and its light spilled across the lake like a sheet of parchment waiting for ink. McGonagall turned the quill once in her hand, watching it gleam. "The castle story will continue," she murmured, "but this time it will write itself." Hermione looked at her with quiet awe. "And what of you, Professor?" McGonagall smiled, a rare, weary, and genuine smile. "I think I've finally reached the end of my chapter." The wind rose gently, stirring the trees. Above them the castle glowed in the moonlight, ancient, steadfast, alive, and for the first time in many years, Minerva McGonagall felt that Hogwarts was not a burden she carried, but a companion that carried her. And so the quill rested once more, its ink clean, its story whole. Dawn broke pale and golden across the turrets of Hogwarts, painting the ancient stones in light the color of soft parchment. A faint mist rose from the black lake, curling over the water like drifting ink. But the morning air was still and clear. For the first time in many months, peace seemed to have settled fully upon the castle. Professor McGonagall stood on the high balcony of her office, a cup of tea in hand, her sharp eyes surveying the grounds below. The faint hum of enchantment that ran through the walls, the living heartbeat of Hogwarts, had changed. It was gentler now, She'd begun to think of it as a creature finally at rest after a long vigil. In the light of morning, the white quill lay upon her desk beside a roll of fresh parchment. It glowed faintly, though no hand had touched it since she brought it from the hidden chamber. The feather pulsed in quiet rhythm, a heartbeat of its own. McGonagall's gaze lingered on it as she entered, setting her cup aside. The quill was a relic of the founders themselves, a vessel of creation rather than corruption. She could feel its intent, faint and unassuming, woven not of command but of remembrance. Still, it was magic beyond reckoning, and such magic, she knew, demanded purpose. The door opened softly behind her. Hermione entered, her expression brightened by the dawn, though shadows of caution still dwelled in her eyes. "Good morning, Professor," she greeted. "Morning, Miss Granger," McGonagall replied. "You're early." Hermione smiled faintly. "I couldn't sleep. I keep thinking about that chamber, the writing, the quill. It felt as if the castle itself wanted to speak." "It does speak," McGonagall said, her tone calm. "Just not always in ways we understand. Magic at its oldest is a kind of memory. The founders wove their will into these walls, and Hogwarts has been remembering them ever since." Hermione looked down at the glowing feather. "And now you hold their voice." McGonagall regarded her for a moment, then nodded slowly. "For now." They stood in silence, listening to the faint chirp of the waking world beyond the windows. The castle creaked and sighed, ancient wood and stone stretching into another day. At last Hermione asked, "What will you do with it?" McGonagall smiled faintly. "The same thing one does with power one cannot keep. Protect it, hide it, and hope no one needs to use it again." Hermione frowned. "You're not curious to see what it can write?" "I have lived long enough to know that curiosity is a luxury better enjoyed by those who do not mind the consequences." Hermione flushed, though her smile remained. "I suppose you're right." McGonagall turned back to the quill. "Still," she murmured, "there is value in knowing what a thing remembers." She extended her hand. The quill rose lightly, glowing brighter in her grasp. The parchment on her desk unfurled, as if anticipating her thought. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, without any motion from her, the quill began to write. Its strokes were elegant, sure, and ancient. The letters were not in any language spoken now, yet their meaning whispered faintly through the air, understood without translation. Hermione leaned forward, breath catching. "It's telling a story." McGonagall's eyes narrowed as she read the flowing lines. "Not telling," she corrected softly. "Remembering." The quill wrote of 4 young witches and wizards bound by vision and will who had come together to build a sanctuary. It spoke of long days spent crafting wards, of laughter echoing through empty halls, and of arguments fierce enough to shake stone. It wrote of friendship, rivalry, and hope, and the dream that knowledge could outlast the darkness of their time. Hermione's eyes filled with tears. "The founders," McGonagall nodded. "Their beginning, yes. Before division, before the castle knew sorrow. As they watched, the writing shifted. The tale grew darker, speaking now of discord, of Salazar's departure, and of secrets buried too deep. The ink shimmered like tears. Then suddenly the quill stilled. The final words it had written hung upon the parchment like a breath unspent. "May those who inherit remember not our quarrel, but our purpose." McGonagall read it twice, her throat tightening. Then she set the quill gently aside. "That," she said softly, is the true legacy of Hogwarts? Then she asked, do you think they'd be proud of what it's become? McGonagall considered. I think they would recognize it, she said. For all its flaws, this castle still stands for what they built. A place for learning, for second chances, for courage. Pride, I think, would come later. Hermione smiled through the ache in her chest. You sound like Dumbledore. McGonagall gave her a look both stern and fond. If you intend that as flattery, Miss Granger, I suggest you moderate your tone. They both laughed, the sound soft but bright, like light breaking through clouds. When Hermione departed later that morning, McGonagall remained at her desk. The parchment still lay before her, the words gleaming faintly, before fading into the page, absorbed by the quill's magic. She rolled the scroll carefully and placed it within a small chest of oak and brass, the same that once held the sorting hat in her predecessor's time. As she locked it, the faint hum of the castle deepened like a satisfied sigh. The rest of the day passed in calm routine. Lessons were taught, owls flew through the rafters, and laughter echoed across the courtyards. Yet that evening, as McGonagall walked the halls alone, she sensed something new, an awareness, subtle but unmistakable. The castle felt watchful, though not in warning. It was as if Hogwarts itself were waiting for something, for someone, perhaps, to continue the story. She stopped before the great staircase, gazing upward at the shifting stairways and the flickering torches that guided them. You old thing, she murmured, a rare smile curving her lips. You've always had a will of your own. Let's hope you use it wisely. The torches flared brighter in answer, and McGonagall chuckled softly before continuing on her way. That night, when the moon rose full over the mountains and bathed the castle in silver, no hand guided it this time, yet it wrote a single line upon the blank parchment waiting beside it. All stories end, but the school endures. Then the feather stilled, its light fading to a quiet glow, and in the tower above Minerva McGonagall dreamed, not of battles or curses, nor of ghosts or grief, but of laughter in the great hall, of candles floating in air, and of students whose voices would one day fill the world beyond these walls. Hogwarts slept with her, content and alive, its story unbroken, its ink forever ready for another page. The weeks that followed were gentler than any Hogwarts had known in years. The air was sweet with the promise of summer. Sunlight poured through the tall windows of the great hall and shimmered across the enchanted ceiling. Students lingered on the lawns between lessons, their laughter floating like birdsong through the courtyards. Even the castle ghosts seemed lighter of spirit, their usual moans replaced by curious humming and faint chuckles echoing along the corridors. Professor McGonagall watched it all from her accustomed seat at the high table. Her expression, as ever, was composed, stern in form, but softened by rare contentment. And there were no curses to unravel, no whispers of dark artifacts stirring in the depths, no threats but the usual mischief that accompanied youth. Peace, she thought, was a fragile sort of magic, and she intended to guard it fiercely while it lasted. Yet one morning, an odd ripple disturbed the calm. The white quill, the Founder's Quill, as Hermione had taken to calling it, vanished from McGonagall's desk. She discovered its absence before breakfast. Her office door had been locked, her wards undisturbed. There were no footprints, no signs of intrusion, no trace of summoning spells. The small chest where she had stored the quill stood closed, Only when she opened it did she find that the space inside was empty, lined with faint glowing script that spelled a single word, borrowed. McGonagall stared at it for several long moments before whispering, "Borrowed by whom?" The castle, of course, gave no answer. By mid-morning, word had reached Hermione, who hurried from the library to the headmistress's office, hair in disarray and arms full of books. "It can't have disappeared," she insisted breathlessly. "Objects of that nature don't simply vanish, they choose." "I am aware," McGonagall said dryly, pacing before the hearth. "Though I must confess I am not fond of being chosen against my will." Hermione frowned. "If it left willingly, perhaps it was summoned. Could one of the old wards have awakened it?" McGonagall stopped. "You think the castle itself took it?" Hermione hesitated. "It wouldn't be impossible. The Founder's enchantments are woven through every stone here. If the quill was part of their work, it may still be bound to the heart of the school." "The heart?" McGonagall murmured. "And where exactly is that?" Hermione offered a helpless shrug. "Nowhere anyone's ever found." The headmistress straightened. "Then we shall look." They began their search that afternoon, descending once more through the castle's lower corridors. The dungeons were cool and damp, but the air shimmered faintly with unseen power. More than once the stones themselves seemed to shift beneath their light, doorways appearing where none had been, arches rearranging themselves in silence. It was as though Hogwarts were leading them somewhere, guiding them through its own labyrinth. They followed the subtle pulse of magic downward, past the potions corridor, past the echoing halls of the old catacombs, until at last they reached a section of wall that hummed with faint white light. Upon its surface shimmered the faint outline of an open door. "The same place as before?" Hermione asked softly. McGonagall, "This is older." She traced her wand along the light. "Aperio." The stone dissolved like mist, revealing a narrow stair spiraling down into darkness. Cool air rose from below, carrying a scent of parchment, candle wax, and old ink, the smell of memory itself. As they descended, faint motes of light drifted through the air. The stair opened at last into a round chamber lined with mirrors. Each mirror shimmered like still water, reflecting not their faces but scenes of the castle. Classrooms, corridors, the great hall, all alive and moving, as if the mirrors watched rather than reflected. At the center stood the white quill, floating upright above a pedestal of glass. Hermione's breath caught. It brought itself here. McGonagall approached slowly. The quill turned in the air as if sensing her presence, its feather gleaming brighter than before. Then the mirrors began to ripple. In each reflection words appeared, not written, but spoken silently within the glass. They formed a single message repeated across all surfaces. The school writes itself. The story endures. Hermione stepped closer. It's rewriting. McGonagall's voice was quiet. No, Miss Granger. It's remembering again. Before their eyes, the mirrors shifted once more. The reflections no longer showed the castle as it was, but as it had been. The great hall unfinished, its walls bare, the four founders standing side by side, students from ages past weaving charms into the stones. The quill glowed brighter with every passing image, the light soft and golden like morning sunlight through dust. Hermione whispered, "It's the history of Hogwarts." McGonagall nodded. The true history, not what was written, but what was lived. Then, without warning, the mirrors darkened. The light of the quill dimmed. A chill passed through the room. New words began to form across the glass. The last author must decide. Hermione turned sharply. What does that mean? It means it's asking. Asking what? Whether its story should continue or end. The air trembled faintly. The quill drifted toward her, hovering within reach. It pulsed once, then again, as if waiting. McGonagall hesitated. Every instinct urged her to leave it be, to let the castle keep its secrets. And yet, beneath that instinct was another, a quieter one. The same sense that had guided her through years of war and loss and rebuilding. A voice that whispered that endings, too, could be a kind of mercy. Hermione said softly, "If you touch it, you may bind yourself to it again." McGonagall smiled faintly. "I think, Miss Granger, that in some ways, I never unbound myself at all." She reached out and grasped the quill. Light surged through the chamber, dazzling and pure. The mirrors flared, showing scenes flashing one after another, years of laughter, sorrow, triumph, and learning. Generations of students crossing the halls, the rise and fall of headmasters, the shaping of lives beyond these walls. The castle's memory spilled open, vast and endless. Then, just as suddenly, it stilled. McGonagall stood motionless, eyes closed, her hand still gripping the quill. When she opened them, her voice was calm. "It's finished." Hermione stared. "What did you do?" "I wrote the last line," McGonagall said softly. "What did it say?" Her gaze drifted to the mirrors. Across every surface, new words now glowed in gentle light. "May Hogwarts endure not through its stones, but through the hearts that call it home." The quill dimmed to silver, then settled upon the pedestal once more. The mirrors faded into stillness. Hermione exhaled shakily. "So that's it? The story's done?" McGonagall smiled, a weary, knowing smile. "For now. Stories never truly end, Miss Granger. They only wait for the next hand to take up the pen." As they left the chamber, the stone closed quietly behind them. The castle above was peaceful once more. Later that night, long after the students had gone to bed, a single quill sat upon a desk in the Gryffindor common room, beside an open notebook. It trembled once, then began to write, tracing careful, elegant words in fresh ink. "Dear Professor McGonagall, today we learned how to become animagi." And high in her tower, Minerva McGonagall, unaware of the echo still writing below, slept at last, her dreams filled with candlelight and laughter, and the quiet, eternal heartbeat of a school that would never forget her. Summer ripened across the highlands, and Hogwarts gleamed in its warmth. The sunlight danced through the stained glass windows, spilling pools of color upon the stone floors, and the scent of wildflowers drifted up from the grounds. For once there was peace unbroken by fear, and yet Professor McGonagall knew well enough that peace, like enchantment, never lasted forever. The term neared its end. Trunks were packed, exams concluded, and students spoke in excited murmurs about journeys home. McGonagall walked the corridors in the quiet before the train's departure, her steps echoing softly. Each year, this moment returned, the bittersweet hush before departure, and each time it stirred, memories too many to count. She paused by a window overlooking the lake. The water lay still beneath the morning sun, the reflection of the castle trembling slightly on its surface. "You've done well," she murmured, as if speaking to the ancient stones themselves. "You've endured." Behind her, the door creaked open. A voice, soft but sure, spoke. "We couldn't have without you." McGonagall turned. Hermione stood there, dressed not as a student now, but as a witch of the ministry. Robes of deep blue trimmed in gold, a symbol of the Department of Magical Law. There was pride in her bearing, but warmth in her eyes. "You'll make me sentimental, Miss Granger," McGonagall said, though her lips twitched.
"And I've little patience for sentiment this early in the morning." Hermione smiled. "I'll take that as a compliment." She crossed to the window beside her. "It's strange, isn't it? No matter how long I'm away, I still feel like I belong here." "Hogwarts has that effect," McGonagall said. "It remembers everyone who passes through it." Hermione's gaze turned thoughtful. "Professor, do you ever wonder what it remembers of us? Not just the grand things, the battles, the spells, but the quiet moments?" McGonagall's eyes softened. "It remembers everything. Every laughter in a corridor, every tear shed in the dark. Magic doesn't measure importance the way we do. It keeps what matters even when we forget." They stood in silence for a while, watching the lake. Then Hermione said, "You wrote the last line, didn't you? In the chamber." McGonagall inclined her head. "You were there." "I was," Hermione said, "but I think it wasn't the end. I think Hogwarts has been writing still." McGonagall regarded her closely. "Explain." Hermione hesitated, then withdrew a folded parchment from her robes. "This appeared on my desk at the ministry last week. No seal, no owl, just appeared." McGonagall took it, her brow furrowing. The parchment bore elegant handwriting, her handwriting, though she had never written the words. "To those who build their world upon learning, remember that every spell begins as a story, and every story begins with courage." The ink shimmered faintly before fading, as if the words had only existed to be read once. McGonagall folded the parchment again. "The castle sent this?" Hermione nodded. "I think it's reaching out, writing in its own way, continuing the record." A long silence followed. Finally, McGonagall said softly, "Then perhaps I'll learn something from us after all." That evening, the Hogwarts Express whistled. The castle fell quiet, save for the whisper of the wind through open windows and the gentle shifting of portraits settling for their summer slumber. McGonagall walked alone through the great hall, her heels clicking against the marble floor. The floating candles burned low, their flames soft as sighs. She stopped at the high table, resting a hand on the back of the chair that had once been Dumbledore's. "I hope," she murmured, "you'd be pleased with how it turned out, Albus." The portrait upon the wall stirred. Dumbledore's painted eyes gleamed kindly. "I am more than pleased, Minerva. You have done what few ever could. You've given the castle peace." She inclined her head. "Peace is a temporary thing." "Indeed," the portrait said, "but then so is conflict. It is the rhythm between them that keeps the world alive." McGonagall smiled faintly. "You always did have a poet's tongue." "And you," Dumbledore replied, "a warrior's heart." For the first time in many years, she allowed herself to laugh, a quiet, weary sound that seemed to echo warmly through the hall. Later that night, unable to sleep, she found herself drawn once more to her office. Moonlight spilled through the tall windows, silvering the shelves and books, the framed letters of past headmasters, and the oak desk that bore the weight of generations. Upon it rested a new piece of parchment, and beside it, a simple quill. Not white this time, nor black. An ordinary feather from one of the owls in the tower. She sat, dipping the quill into ink. For a long time she stared at the blank page,
the silence deep enough to hear her heartbeat. Then finally she began to write, not a spell nor a report, but a letter. To the next head of Hogwarts, it began, "You will find in time that this castle is both burden and blessing. It is alive with the memory of those who have loved and fought for it. It will test you, confound you, and on occasion save you. And never forget, Hogwarts was built not to teach magic, but to preserve hope." When she finished, she laid the quill aside. The words shimmered faintly before fading, absorbed into the parchment. The letter remained blank, but she knew the message had been taken, woven into the castle itself, carried by its walls and wards. She rose, moved to the window, and looked out over the grounds. The moon hung high, casting the lake into glass. The forbidden forest murmured faintly in the distance. A breeze stirred her hair, cool and clean, smelling of rain, and then from somewhere below came a sound that made her smile, a faint scratching of quill against parchment. The castle was writing again, not with the founder's quill this time, nor any cursed relic, but with its own quiet will. It wrote through the hand of a student staying late to finish an essay, through the diary of a young witch learning to name her fears, through the ink of those who loved, studied, and lived within its walls. Its story continued, not in the chambers of the past, but in the hearts of those who carried it forward. McGonagall whispered into the stillness, "That's how it should be." She turned away, her figure framed by the moonlight. Her steps echoed softly through the corridor as she made her way to her chambers. The torches along the walls brightened briefly as she passed, as though bidding her good night. By the time she closed her door, the castle had fallen once more into gentle quiet, and in that quiet Hogwarts dreamed again, of founders and students, of courage and curiosity, of the headmistress who had stood guard through its darkest nights and left behind a legacy written not in ink, but in the indelible light of memory. Outside, dawn waited patiently beyond the hills, ready to turn another page. The castle woke slowly with the coming of autumn, as if savoring the last breath of summer before surrendering to the ivy along the stone walls, blushed red and gold, and the mountains around Hogwarts grew hazy beneath the shifting mists. Each morning the lake steamed faintly in the cold, and the crows gathered upon the towers, black against the brightening dawn. For the first time in many years, McGonagall felt the seasons change, not as a warning of endings, but as a quiet continuation. The school had survived another summer. Its wards hummed steadily, its students were safe, and its lessons, both magical and mortal, went on. Still, in the early hours before classes began, she found herself haunted by a kind of silence. It was not an absence of sound, but of presence. She missed the sense of the quill upon her desk, the faint hum that had once connected her to the deeper magic of the school. Though she had locked it away beneath wards and spells of forgetfulness, she could feel that the castle remembered. There was an echo of it in the staircases that turned at precisely the right moment, in the way the portraits smiled knowingly when she passed, in the soft flicker of the torches that dimmed for her alone. One evening, after dinner had ended and the great hall emptied of laughter, she lingered behind. The floating candles cast a dappled light upon the long tables, and the enchanted ceiling above glowed with a stormless, starry sky. "Minerva," came a gentle voice from behind her. She turned to see the familiar portrait of Dumbledore gazing down from its high frame, his painted eyes full of quiet amusement. "You've been too quiet lately," he said. "The students are beginning to suspect that something has changed." She raised a brow. "Students suspect that every week, Albus. It's their natural state." He chuckled, the sound like soft bells. But this time they might be right. I've seen that look before." McGonagall sighed. "You imagine ghosts where there are none."
Or perhaps you've simply become too accustomed to carrying ghosts with you. She gave a small, tired smile. You always did have a talent for making the obvious sound profound. Flattery, Minerva, is unbecoming of you. "Good," she said. "It means I've not changed entirely." Still, his words lingered after she left the hall. The corridors were quiet as she ascended the staircase to her office. Moonlight streamed through the tall windows, glimmering on the suits of armor and the rippling tapestries. When she entered the room, she paused. Upon her desk lay a small scrap of parchment. She frowned. She'd left no papers there. With measured steps, she approached. The parchment was blank except for a single line written in elegant, flowing script. "Headmistress, your castle dreams again." No name followed, no mark, no trace of spell work. The ink shimmered briefly, then sank into the parchment, vanishing completely. McGonagall stood motionless, listening. Beneath the ordinary sounds of crackling fire and shifting stone, there it was again. The faint hum she had almost forgotten. Not menacing, not dark, just alive. She pressed her hand against the desk. The surface was cool beneath her palm, and yet she could feel a heartbeat there. Faint, but steady. Hogwarts was awake. The next morning she found the proof. During her first lesson of the day, the blackboard began to write without command. It drew neat, looping lines of text in chalk as the students watched in awe. The message was simple. To learn is to remember. The room fell into silence. Then, as quickly as it began, the chalk dropped to the tray. McGonagall's gaze swept the students, calm and measured. "That," she said, "was an advanced charm placed upon the castle by the founders. Before anyone asks, no, you may not attempt to replicate it." A ripple of nervous laughter broke the tension, but McGonagall's mind was elsewhere. The castle was not simply remembering. Its ancient consciousness, once subdued, had begun to stir again. But with purpose she could not yet discern. That evening she met Hermione by the edge of the lake. The wind was cold, carrying the sharp scent of rain, and the water mirrored the dimming light. "The castle's dreaming again," Hermione said before McGonagall could speak. "I can feel it in the wards. They're softer, more fluid. It's as though the magic itself is rewriting the way it breathes." McGonagall nodded. "I received a message last night. It seems Hogwarts has decided to take up the quill once more." Hermione's eyes brightened. "Then it's learning from us." "Perhaps," McGonagall said, though her voice carried a note of caution. "Or perhaps it's reminding us that we are all its students still." They walked along the shore, the reeds whispering around their boots. As they spoke, a shape stirred beneath the lake's surface. A faint glow like moonlight trapped underwater. The reflection rippled, forming words upon the water before fading again. Every story teaches its writer. Hermione inhaled sharply. "Professor, did you see—" "I did," McGonagall said softly. "And I think, Miss Granger, that we have taught Hogwarts something it never knew before." "What's that?" She looked out across the water. "To hope." When night fell, the castle seemed to pulse faintly with light,
as though its walls breathed with quiet joy. In the library, the books rustled softly on their shelves. In the dormitories, students dreamed peaceful dreams. And in the headmistress's tower, McGonagall sat by the window, writing by candlelight. Her quill moved steadily across the parchment, not enchanted this time, but guided by her own hand. She wrote not spells nor decrees, but reflections, a chronicle of what Hogwarts had endured and learned. Once I believed a castle could only be as wise as those who taught within it, she wrote. Now I know it learns. From all, we give it our triumphs and our mistakes, our courage and our fear, and it remembers them all, not as burden, but as foundation. She paused, listening to the faint whisper of the wind through the tower's windows. Then she added, "If this is the final lesson I leave, let it be this. Magic is not the power we wield, but the promise we keep." When she set down her quill, the candlelight flickered, and for an instant she thought she saw writing shimmer upon the glass of the window, words traced in moonlight itself. "And Hogwarts keeps yours?" She smiled faintly. "Then we understand each other," she murmured. The flame steadied once more. McGonagall leaned back, her eyes drifting to the horizon, where the dawn was already beginning to gray the sky. And far below in the heart of the castle, the ancient wards whispered softly to one another, carrying her words through every stone and corridor, weaving them into the living memory of Hogwarts. So it was that long after her candle burned low and sleep claimed her, the castle began to write anew, not in ink or parchment, but in the hearts of those who would someday walk its halls, unknowingly guided by the lessons of the headmistress whose wisdom it had chosen to remember. Thus the story continued, not through the quill of the founders, nor through the echoes of dark enchantments, but through the quiet, enduring will of a school that had learned at last what it meant to love. The first frost came early that year. It swept across the hills like a ghostly tide, dusting the lawns of Hogwarts in silver and turning the lake to glass. The air grew sharp and bright, the kind that carried the scent of pine and wood smoke. The students pulled their cloaks tighter, their laughter clouding into mist as they hurried between lessons. To them, it was only winter arriving. To Professor McGonagall, it felt like time folding upon itself. Another turn in her hair, streaked with more silver than she cared to admit, gleamed in the pale morning light as she made her rounds. There was comfort in routine. The familiar creak of staircases shifting above her head, the chatter of portraits that could never quite stop arguing, the distant cry of an owl sweeping through the rafters. After all that had passed, she treasured such things as proofs of life, signs that Hogwarts endured, not because of spells or wards, but because of those who loved it. Yet even as the castle seemed to rest, there were new stirrings in its depths. The quill, the founder's quill, once the voice of the school, remained sealed away, but its influence had not vanished. Small enchantments appeared of their own accord, doors that opened to students in need, staircases that waited instead of twisting away, fireplaces that warmed even when unlit. The castle was growing. Kind. Hermione, who still visited between her duties at the ministry, had noticed too. "It's learning empathy," she had said one afternoon as they walked the cloister by the courtyard. "You taught it that, Professor." McGonagall had smiled faintly. "I taught it nothing, Miss Granger. I merely reminded it to listen." But she'd wondered in quiet moments if the castle truly was listening, or if something greater was waking within it. For even she, with all her command of transfiguration, could not explain how the air sometimes shimmered when she passed, or why the great clock in the entrance hall had begun to chime half a heartbeat early, as though echoing her own pulse. One night, long after the students had gone to bed, she found herself walking the corridors alone. Her footsteps were soundless on the ancient stones. Outside, snow began to fall, soft, deliberate flakes that clung to the high windows like faint, glowing runes. She reached the great hall. Its vast doors opened for the ceiling mirrored the night sky, a scatter of stars gleaming above clouds of silver mist. Candles floated like tiny suns, their light trembling gently in the draught. At the far end of the room, beneath the empty banners of the 4 houses, stood a single table. Upon it rested a roll of parchment and an unlit candle. McGonagall frowned. She had not left it there. Approaching, she saw that the parchment bore no words, only the faint outline of a crest drawn in silver ink, the crest of Hogwarts. And beneath it a single sentence began to form, the letters glowing faintly, as though written by invisible hand. All that was written begins anew. The candle sparked to life. McGonagall's wand was in her hand in an instant. "Who's there?" No answer came save the whisper of the flames. Yet the air around her rippled, and for an instant she could swear. She saw 4 faint figures, 2 witches, 2 wizards, standing at the edges of the hall. They shimmered like heat haze, outlines made of light and memory. Godric, Rowena, Helga, Salazar. Their faces were indistinct, blurred by time, but she felt their presence as surely as she felt the warmth of the fire. They seemed neither living nor ghostly, merely remembered. "Founders," she whispered, her voice trembling despite herself. The figures inclined their heads in silent greeting. Rowena's image lifted a hand, pointing toward the parchment. The words upon it shifted, rearranging into a message clear and sharp. "The school is whole again. The quill sleeps, but the heart writes. Guard it well." McGonagall stepped closer. "You built it to endure," she said softly, "and it has. But it endures differently now." The faintest smile touched the figures' outlines. Then as quickly as they had come, they faded, leaving only the candle's steady flame and the whisper of magic humming in the stone. McGonagall exhaled slowly. "Thank you," she murmured, though whether to them or to the castle, the parchment curled upon itself, the writing vanishing as if drawn back into the page. She lifted it gently, sensing no curse, only warmth, the faint echo of a blessing. When she returned to her office, she placed it beside her ledger of students, where she kept records of every name that passed through Hogwarts gates. For a long moment she stared at it, then dipped her quill in ink and wrote upon the parchment's blank reverse. Minerva McGonagall, Headmistress, in service of the castle, its founders, and the children who call it home. The ink shimmered, then sank into the parchment, fusing with the silver crest. The moment it did, a faint tremor passed through the room, a pulse of contentment. The torches burned brighter. The castle, it seemed, had accepted her vow. The next morning she awoke to find the parchment gone. In its place upon her desk lay a single white feather, gleaming faintly in the dawn light. Hermione arrived that same day, wind-blown and flushed from the journey. "You felt it, didn't you?" she said, before even removing her cloak. "The wards shifted at sunrise." McGonagall nodded. "They did, but not in warning." She showed her the feather. Hermione's eyes widened. "The Founder's quill?" No, McGonagall said. Something new. Or perhaps something old, remade. She set the feather into an empty ink pot. To her surprise, it stood upright, poised as though ready to write. A faint trail of silver light followed its tip, forming delicate letters in the air. Every year begins with a word. Hermione read it aloud, her voice hushed. It's writing blessings. McGonagall smiled slightly. Then let us hope it has learned kindness. That winter passed in peace. Snow lay deep upon the grounds, and the castle glowed golden with warmth and laughter. Small miracles became commonplace, lost items appearing on pillows, fires kindling themselves, staircases remained. Hogwarts, it seemed, had taken to heart the lessons it had learned. Mercy, patience, and the power of remembrance. The castle no longer only remembered its past, it understood it. One evening, as McGonagall stood upon the ramparts, the air full of falling snow, she thought she heard a whisper in the wind, a voice, soft and familiar. Thank you, Minerva. She closed her eyes, smiling. You're most welcome, she said to the night. The snow swirled around her like drifting parchment, and the castle hummed beneath her feet. It was not the hum of darkness nor the tremor of unrest, but the song of something alive, ancient, and endlessly growing. And though she did not know it, in the deepest chamber of Hogwarts, where the quill of the founders lay dormant, a faint glow kindled once more, not as warning but as light. For the castle had learned the truest magic of all, that every story, no matter how old, continues when remembered with love. The final days of that winter passed in silence so pure that even the castle seemed to listen. Snow draped its towers in white, muffling the hum of enchantments and the laughter of students alike. Within those ancient walls, fires burned softly, and the scent of parchment, candle wax, and pine needles lingered in every corridor. Professor McGonagall stood before her window one gray morning, her breath misting the glass as she looked down upon the grounds. The black lake was frozen, a mirror of pale steel beneath the pale sky. A handful of students had gathered there, their figures dark specks upon the ice, their laughter faint but bright. The sound reached her ears like a memory of her own youth, one she never allowed herself to indulge in for long. Yet even she could not deny that Hogwarts had changed since the day the quill had first stirred. There was a tenderness in the air now, a gentleness in the very magic that surrounded them. Doors no longer creaked in protest, but opened eagerly to latecomers. Candles dimmed. Even Peeves, the castle's oldest mischief maker, had grown strangely quiet. It was as if the castle itself had grown older, wiser, and at peace. She turned from the window as a knock sounded at her door. "Enter," she called. Hermione Granger stepped inside, brushing the snow from her cloak. Her cheeks were flushed from the cold, her hair tangled by the wind, but her eyes, those bright, curious eyes, shone with excitement. "You received the message?" Hermione asked. McGonagall arched a brow. "You mean the one that appeared on my desk at dawn, written in frost across my papers?" Hermione smiled sheepishly. "That would be the one." "I did. The heart calls," it said. A rather cryptic summons, even by this castle's standards. "That's why I came," Hermione said, stepping closer. "I think it's leading us somewhere." McGonagall studied her for a long moment, then nodded once. "Then we had best not keep it waiting." The two women set out through the silent corridors, their footsteps echoing faintly off the cold stone. The torches along the walls flared brighter as they passed, illuminating portraits that stirred and whispered. Even the painting seemed to know that something was stirring once more. They followed the trail the castle laid before them, doors that opened of their own accord, staircases that shifted precisely where they needed to go. Downward they went, past the lower floors, through the dungeons, into places where the air was thick with the smell of damp earth and ancient dust. At last they came to the same glass door they had once found months ago, the one that shimmered with the colors of moonlight. It was no longer sealed. Instead, it stood slightly ajar, glowing faintly from within. McGonagall exchanged a look with Hermione. "The heart calls," she murmured. Together they stepped through. The chamber beyond was transformed. Where once there had been suspended scrolls and soft golden light that poured from every surface, illuminating shelves that had not been there before, shelves filled with books, each glowing faintly as though written upon from within. Hermione's voice trembled with awe. "It's been writing again." McGonagall approached one of the shelves, tracing her fingers lightly along the spines. Each bore a name inscribed in light, names of students, teachers, and countless others who had passed through Hogwarts gates. "Every soul that's lived here," she whispered, "every life touched by the castle." Hermione moved to another shelf, running her hand along the glowing titles. "It's recording us, all of us, our choices, our stories." McGonagall's gaze softened. "It's fulfilling the promise it made, to remember not our quarrel, but our purpose." At the center of the chamber stood the pedestal where once the founder's quill had rested. Now a new quill hovered there, feathered in silver and gold, its tip trailing faint sparks of light. It was smaller, humbler, and yet it glowed with something far greater than power. "Hope," Hermione murmured. "That's what it writes now." McGonagall approached, feeling the warmth radiating from it. "The castle writes its own story," she said quietly, "and it seems we've become part of it." Hermione smiled. "We always were." As they stood before the quill, the air shimmered, and a voice, soft, ageless, neither male nor female, filled the chamber. The quill of the founders is no longer bound by ink or hand. It writes in the living memory of all who dwell within these walls. The story continues, written by hearts that learn, love, and endure. The words echoed through the stone, settling deep into their bones. Then the voice faded, leaving only the gentle hum of the chamber's magic. McGonagall's throat tightened. "So this is its heart," she said. "Not a place, but a promise." Hermione nodded. "It's beautiful." They lingered for a while, neither speaking. The magic there was calm. Then, with a shared look of quiet understanding, they turned and left the chamber behind, sealing its door once more. When they emerged above ground, dawn was breaking across the mountains. The snow glittered like starlight on the grass. Hermione drew her cloak tighter. "You've given it everything, you know," she said softly. "Your strength, your patience, your story." McGonagall's expression was unreadable, but her eyes were bright. "It was never mine alone to give." They parted at the castle doors, Hermione bound for the village below, McGonagall for the stillness of her office. She found a letter waiting upon her desk, sealed in crimson wax. It bore no name, only the crest of Hogwarts. She broke it open. The parchment inside was blank until she touched it. Then words bloomed like ink in water. "For Minerva McGonagall, keeper of our legacy." The quill writes no more of battles nor curses, but of peace, of laughter, of lessons learned and shared. You have given the castle not a spell, but a soul. May its heart beat in harmony with your own. Always, the words faded, leaving only the faint shimmer of magic upon the parchment. McGonagall folded it carefully and placed it within the drawer of her desk, beside her wand and spectacles. Outside, snow began to fall again, drifting past her window in slow, graceful swirls. She watched for a long while, her expression soft with something between pride and longing. At last she whispered, "Then let it write." And it did. For though the quill no longer glowed and the chamber slept beneath layers of stone, Hogwarts continued to write, not in parchment or ink, but in every act of courage, every spark of curiosity, every friendship formed in its halls. It wrote when a young student lit their first wand. It wrote when laughter echoed through the corridors after curfew. It wrote when hearts were mended, when lessons. The story of Hogwarts lived on, not in the words of one quill, but in the countless souls who passed beneath its towers, carrying its magic into the world beyond. And somewhere far below, deep in the heart of the castle, a single page turned, glowing faintly with golden light. The story of Minerva McGonagall, the Transfiguration mistress, the headmistress, the keeper of the school's soul, had reached its final line. But the next page, blank, bright, waiting, was already turning.